Tonight's dream was built just for you. First, a short intro with a few gentle instructions to help you fall asleep and remember your dreams. If you know it already, skip ahead.
Hello, dreamer. Before our journey begins, remember one thing. Dreams are more than simple nighttime fantasies. Here, you can be anything, feel anything, experience anything you wish. But every experience asks for a small price. Your attention, your emotion, your intention. Give them to me, and the dream will answer. If you truly want to remember and feel what you experience in this world, then listen closely now. When you wake up tomorrow morning, stay still. Keep your eyes closed and replay the dream once more. Every image, every sound, every feeling. Then hold on to it. Whisper it into a voice note or write down a few quiet lines before the day gently pulls it away from you. This is how your dreams begin to remember you too. And if this world speaks to you, if you want to go deeper, further, into a place that can hold everything, then follow, like, and comment below. Tell me where you are, when you are listening, and which dreams have come to visit you. And if you are not yet sure how to reach this level, just stay close. I will guide you, step by step. Before we begin, dreamer, make sure your phone can rest as well. Place it where you can hear it in the morning, but far enough away that it will not tempt you tonight. Let it charge quietly and peacefully. Set the volume to a soft, perfect level. Loud enough for my voice, gentle against everything else. Turn on Do Not Disturb, but keep your alarm ready for the morning. Give yourself 5 extra minutes before you truly wake up. Those minutes are valuable, very valuable. When the alarm calls, stay calm. Call your dream back. See what your mind has created before it slowly fades away. And now, find your most comfortable position. Take a deep breath in and let your body sink into the bed. The world can wait. This moment belongs to you. Close your eyes and let the dream begin.
You are lying in a bed so impossibly soft that it feels as though you are resting on a cloud that somehow learned to hold you. The sheets beneath your fingertips are cool and smooth, woven from the finest Egyptian cotton. A thread count so high, each fibre seems to dissolve against your skin like silk meeting water. You are not sure where you are at first. The room is quiet. Deeply, perfectly quiet. The kind of silence that only exists when every window has been sealed with triple-paned glass, and every wall lined with materials designed to absorb the noise of the outside world entirely. No hum of traffic, no distant voices, no sounds of neighbours moving through their mornings. There is only the gentle rhythm of your own breathing, and the faintest whisper of air moving through a ventilation system so refined it mimics the feeling of a warm breeze drifting across a meadow in late spring. You open your eyes slowly. The first thing you notice is light. Not the harsh, sudden light of an alarm or a phone screen, but a warm golden glow seeping into the room from somewhere behind the curtains. These curtains, enormous panels of deep charcoal velvet, have parted just slightly on their own, programmed to open gradually at the exact moment your body would naturally begin to stir. The system has learnt your rhythms over time. It knows the subtle signals your body sends as it drifts from deep sleep toward the gentle shore of waking. And so the light enters softly, like a guest who knows exactly when to arrive and never needs to knock. You lie there for a long moment, letting your eyes adjust. Above you the ceiling stretches high and wide, painted a warm ivory that glows faintly in the morning light. A single chandelier hangs at its center, not the ostentatious kind, dripping with crystal, but a quiet sculpture of bronze and hand-blown glass, each piece shaped like a drop of honey, frozen mid-fall. It catches the golden light and scatters it gently across the room, tracing patterns on the walls that shift, ever so slowly, as the curtains continue their unhurried parting. The bed itself is enormous, a king-size frame carved from solid walnut, its headboard upholstered in deep navy fabric that feels like brushed suede beneath your fingers. The mattress is layered, memory foam over pocketed springs, over a base of natural latex, and it cradles every curve of your body as though it were made specifically for you. Because of course it was. Every measurement of your sleeping posture was taken, every pressure point mapped. This mattress was engineered quietly and precisely to support you the way your body actually needs. You have never slept better than you sleep in this bed, and you sleep in this bed every night because this is your home. You stretch slowly, arms reaching above your head, fingers spreading wide, and you feel the delicious pull of muscles waking after hours of perfect rest. Your toes curl beneath the duvet, a cloud-weight comforter filled with ethically sourced goose down from a small farm in Iceland, and you feel that particular satisfaction of a body that has been given everything it needs to restore itself completely. No stiffness, no lingering fatigue, no heaviness behind your eyes. You feel, in a word, wonderful. As the curtains continue to part, the room reveals itself piece by piece. To your left, a wall of floor-to-ceiling windows begins to emerge from behind the velvet, and beyond them, far beyond them, lies a view that seems almost impossible. You are high above the world. The penthouse sits at the top of a slender tower of glass and steel, and from this height, the city below looks like a miniature landscape, painted by a meticulous hand. Rooftops spread in every direction, their edges catching the first golden rays of sun. In the distance, a river winds through the city like a ribbon of silver, its surface catching and releasing the light in gentle pulses. Beyond the river, hills rise in soft, unhurried waves, their slopes wrapped in deep green forest that seems to breathe as the morning mist lifts from the canopy. You sit up slowly, letting the duvet pull around your waist. You take a breath. The air in the room is fresh, carrying the faintest scent of eucalyptus and cedarwood, not from a candle you can see, but from a system built quietly into the walls themselves, releasing small measures of essential oil timed to your waking routine. The scent is subtle, almost subliminal, but it works on your mind like a gentle hand, drawing you forward into the day without ever startling your senses. Your feet touch the floor, and you feel warmth, the hardwood, wide planks of reclaimed French oak, each one unique, each one carrying the quiet history of the centuries-old barn it once belonged to, has been heated to exactly the right temperature by a radiant system beneath it, warm enough to feel welcoming, not so warm that it feels artificial. It is the temperature of sun-warmed stone on a summer terrace, and it makes you want to rise and walk. And so you do. You rise, and the room expands around you as you move through it. It is vast, but never empty. Every piece of furniture, every object, has been chosen with intention and care. Against one wall stands a low console of brushed brass and dark marble, and upon it rests a single vase, handcrafted by a ceramicist in Kyoto, holding 3 white peonies, placed there fresh this morning while you slept. Beside the vase, a small tray of polished wood holds a carafe of water, filtered through volcanic rock, infused overnight with slices of cucumber and a sprig of mint. You pour a glass and drink, cool, clean, tasting faintly of the earth it came from. You pause at the vanity, a floating slab of dark stone beneath a mirror that stretches wall to wall, framed by a strip of soft, diffused light that casts no shadows. The mirror does not glare. It shows you as you are, gently, and the face looking back at you is rested, truly rested. No dark circles, no tension lines etched into the forehead, no tightness in the jaw. This is what sleep looks like when it is allowed to do its work completely, without interruption, without worry, without the nagging pull of an alarm set too early. You look at yourself and you see someone at peace, someone ready. Across the room, a doorway opens into a bathroom that feels less like a bathroom and more like a private spa carved into the side of a mountain. The walls are clad in slabs of Calcutta marble, vast unbroken surfaces of white stone threaded with veins of gold and grey, like rivers seen from the sky. The floor is heated here too, and as you step onto it, the sensation beneath your feet is smooth, living warmth. At the centre of the room, a freestanding bathtub sits like a sculpture, carved from a single block of stone, its edges polished until they are as smooth as glass. Behind it, another floor-to-ceiling window frames the same spectacular view, so that if you were to fill the tub and lie within it, you could watch the clouds drift past at eye level, as though bathing in the open sky. But this morning you choose the shower. You step into an enclosure of frameless glass, and the water begins before you touch a single control. Sensors have already sensed your presence, and the system responds, delivering water at exactly the temperature you prefer, warm enough to loosen the muscles, never so hot that it flushes the skin, from a rainfall showerhead the size of a dinner plate, set flush into the ceiling. The water falls over your head and shoulders like a gentle rain. For a moment you simply stand there, eyes closed, letting the warmth wash the last traces of sleep from your skin and your mind. There is a bench built into the far wall, carved from the same marble that lines the room, and you sit for a moment, letting the water fall around you. The steam has thickened now, curling around your body like something alive, something gentle and protective. You breathe it in, the warmth, the moisture, the faint scent of bergamot, rising from the suds, sliding slowly down your arms, and you feel your shoulders drop another fraction of an inch. You feel the last knot of tension you did not even know you were carrying dissolve quietly beneath the heat. When you are ready, you step out, and a towel is waiting. Not just any towel, an enormous sheet of Turkish cotton, so thick and dense it feels like wrapping yourself in a warm blanket. You dry yourself slowly, unhurried, pressing the fabric against your skin, and then you put on a robe, a kimono-style garment in deep midnight blue, a blend of cashmere and silk that drapes over your body like water flowing over smooth stone. So light you can barely feel it, so warm it wraps you in a quiet kind of comfort that makes you want to simply exist inside it for a while. You walk back into the bedroom, and the curtains have opened fully now. The entire wall of glass is exposed, and the city stretches out before you in its full morning glory. The sun has risen a little higher, painting the skyline in shades of amber and rose gold. You can see the long shadows of buildings stretching thin across the streets below, and the river has turned from silver to gold, its surface shimmering like a bolt of liquid metal, unrolled across the landscape. You stand at the window for a long, unhurried moment, your hands wrapped around the glass of cucumber water, its cool surface a gentle contrast against the warmth of your palms. You press your shoulder lightly against the frame and feel its solidness, the quiet strength of materials chosen not just for their beauty, but for their permanence. Everything in this home was built to last. Everything was built to hold you. And as you stand here, looking out at the world from this extraordinary height, you feel held, you feel steady, as though the ground beneath you, even 50 floors above the earth, is the most stable place you have ever stood. A soft chime sounds somewhere behind you, not an alarm, not a notification. A single clear tone, like a meditation bell struck once and allowed to resonate until the sound dissolves naturally into silence. It is the house telling you gently that your morning is ready, your coffee has been prepared, your breakfast is being arranged, your day, this extraordinary, singular, magnificent day, is about to begin. You take one more sip of water, one more breath. You let the warmth of the robe settle around your shoulders, like an embrace, and then, slowly, peacefully, you begin to walk toward the rest of your morning. Your bare feet silent on the warm oak floor, the golden light following you, like a companion who will stay by your side for every moment of this remarkable day. Everything is ready. Everything is waiting, and everything is yours. You follow a wide corridor that curves gently to the left, and with each step the space opens further, revealing itself like the pages of a book turning slowly in the hands of someone who wants you to savor every word. The floor beneath your bare feet shifts from the warm oak of the bedroom to a cool, pale limestone, honed to a surface so smooth it feels almost like walking on water. This stone was quarried from a hillside in the south of France, from a quarry that has produced this exact shade of cream-coloured limestone for over 300 years. It carries within it the memory of centuries, and as your feet move across it, you can feel its age and its patience. The corridor is lined with art, not the kind that shouts at you from behind gilded frames demanding attention, but quiet pieces, works that seem to breathe with the same unhurried rhythm as the morning itself. A large canvas in muted blues and greys, its surface textured with thick, deliberate brushstrokes that catch the light and release it in soft glimmers. A photograph, nearly 6 feet tall, of a single tree standing alone in a field of snow, its branches bare and black against a sky so white it seems to dissolve at the edges. A small bronze sculpture on a pedestal of dark stone, curving and folding in on itself like a wave frozen at the moment before it breaks. Each piece was chosen not for its price or its prestige, but for the feeling it creates when you walk past. Each one asks nothing of you. Each one simply exists, and in existing makes the space around it more beautiful. The corridor ends, and you step into the living area, and here the true scale of your home becomes apparent. The room is enormous, an open expanse of light and space stretching from one end of the penthouse to the other. The ceiling rises to double height, crossed by beams of dark steel that give the space structure, without ever making it feel heavy. The walls, on 3 sides, are glass, and through them the city spreads out in a panorama so wide you have to turn your head to take it all in. To the east, the sun continues its slow climb, painting the sky in layers of gold and pale pink. To the north, the financial district rises in a cluster of gleaming towers, their facades catching the morning light like mirrors angled toward the heavens. To the west, quiet, tree-lined streets stretch toward hills that stand like sleeping giants beneath a thin veil of morning haze. The living area is furnished with pieces that balance comfort and elegance with the ease of objects that know exactly what they are. A pair of deep sofas in rich charcoal, their cushions so generous that sitting in them feels like being gently embraced. A low coffee table of solid black walnut, its surface as smooth and dark as still water at midnight. A reading chair by the window, your favourite spot, upholstered in soft sage-green leather that has developed a beautiful patina over the countless hours you have spent in it, watching the light change across the city below. But your attention is drawn forward now, past the living area, toward the kitchen, or rather toward the aroma drifting from it. It reaches you like an invisible hand, curling through the air, and your body responds before your mind does. Your stomach stirs, your mouth softens, your pace quickens just slightly, not from urgency, but from anticipation, the way one walks a little faster towards something that promises to be deeply, thoroughly enjoyable. The kitchen is a masterpiece of design, but it does not try to look like a showroom. It looks like a place where extraordinary food is made by someone who loves making it. The countertops are thick slabs of honed pietra cardosa, a dark blue-grey Italian sandstone, cool and faintly textured beneath your fingertips. The cabinetry is pale ash wood, each door closing with a soft, satisfying click that speaks of patience and careful craft. A massive island sits at the centre, and it is here that your breakfast has been prepared. Your private chef, a quiet, focused woman who trained in Lyon, worked in Tokyo, and spent 2 years in a small village in the Basque country, learning the ancient art of fire cooking, has been working since before you woke. She moves through the kitchen with the calm efficiency that comes only from years of practice, each gesture purposeful, flowing into the next without hesitation. She does not look up when you enter. She is placing the final elements on your plate with the concentration of someone finishing the last brushstrokes of a painting, and she will not be interrupted until the picture is complete. And what a picture it is! On a plate of hand-thrown stoneware, warm, earthy grey, rimmed in soft blue, made by a potter in the hills of Tuscany, your breakfast has been arranged with the precision of a still life. 2 eggs, poached to perfection, their whites firm and smooth, their yolks hidden within like small suns waiting to be released. They rest on a bed of wilted spinach, glistening with a light coating of olive oil, the kind pressed from olives harvested at dawn on a single estate in Umbria, bottled within hours, and shipped in dark glass to preserve every note of its peppery, grassy flavour. Beside the eggs, 3 slices of sourdough, toasted to a deep golden brown, cut from a loaf baked overnight using a starter the chef has nurtured for over 7 years, carrying it with her from kitchen to kitchen like a living companion. The bread is still warm. Its crust crackles faintly when you press it with your thumb. There is fruit, too. A small bowl of berries, raspberries, blueberries, blackberries, each one plump and glistening with a light dew of freshness. Delivered this morning from a farm just outside the city, picked yesterday at the peak of ripeness, still carrying the scent of the fields they came from. Beside them a slice of melon, its flesh a deep coral orange, so ripe it seems to glow from within. You sit down at the island, on a stool of dark leather and brushed steel, its seat curved to fit you, its height calibrated to the counter, so your elbows rest naturally and your back stays straight without effort. Everything in this home has been measured to your body, scaled to your comfort. It creates a feeling of being held, not just by furniture, but by an environment designed, down to the last centimetre, to make you feel exactly where you belong. The chef sets a cup of coffee before you. Not just any coffee, beans grown on a small estate in the highlands of Ethiopia, at an altitude where the air is thin and cool, and the cherries take longer to ripen, developing a complexity that lower altitude beans can never achieve. Roasted 3 days ago, the optimal window for this particular variety, and ground moments before brewing. Prepared by slowly filtering water at 93 degrees through the grounds, over exactly 4 minutes. The result is a cup of extraordinary clarity. You lift it, and the aroma reaches you first. Dark chocolate, dried apricot, something floral like jasmine caught on a distant breeze. The first sip is warm and smooth, and it spreads through your chest like a slow, gentle wave of light. You eat slowly. There is no reason to hurry. The eggs break open at the touch of your fork, and the golden yolk flows out across the spinach in a slow, luxurious stream. You tear a piece of bread, dip it into the yolk, and the combination, rich egg, peppery oil, tangy sourdough, creates a moment of such simple pleasure that you close your eyes and let it linger on your tongue. The berries burst with sweetness and a faint tartness that makes your mouth water for more. The melon is cool and refreshing, its juice running over your fingers in thin rivulets you wipe away with a linen napkin, soft as a flower petal against your skin. As you eat, you look out through the kitchen windows and watch the city coming to life far below. Tiny figures move along the sidewalks, their shadows stretching long in the early light. Cars begin to flow through the streets in slow, rhythmic patterns, like blood moving through the veins of a great sleeping creature beginning to stir. A flock of birds crosses the sky in a loose, shifting formation, their wings catching the sunlight for a brief, shimmering moment before they disappear behind a neighbouring tower. The chef clears your plate with a quiet nod and replaces it with a small cup of warm water, infused with lemon and fresh ginger. A gentle digestive, settling the stomach, sharpening the senses. You sip it slowly, feeling the warmth spread through your body, the gentle burn of ginger at the back of your throat, and you think quietly about the day ahead. Your assistant appears at the edge of the kitchen, a man of impeccable calm and quiet intelligence, who anticipates your needs with an almost uncanny precision. He does not interrupt, he simply stands, holding a slim leather folio, and waits until you look up and meet his eyes. He smiles, a small, professional smile, carrying a warmth that goes beyond the merely transactional. He has been with you for years now, and he knows your rhythms the way a musician knows a piece they have played 1,000 times. Every pause, every gentle acceleration, every place where the melody softens. "Good morning," he says, and his voice is low and even, like a cello holding a single sustained note. "The car will be ready whenever you are. There is no rush." And there isn't. There is no rush at all. This day stretches out before you like a long golden road, and every step along it will be taken at a pace of your own choosing. You finish the last sip of ginger water. You set the cup down gently on the stone counter. You feel the warmth of the morning light on your face, the softness of cashmere against your shoulders, the quiet contentment of a body nourished with care and patience and the very best the world has to offer. You rise from the island and walk back through the living area, past the reading chair, past the sculpture and the paintings, past the quiet beauty of a home built around you like a second skin. In the dressing room, a space the size of a small apartment, lined with shelves of pale wood holding garments tailored to fit your body, with a precision measured in millimeters. You begin to dress. The shirt is so fine it feels like wearing nothing at all. The trousers fall in a clean straight line from waist to ankle, their drape as perfect as the day they were cut. The shoes, handmade, bench-crafted over weeks by a cordwainer who has worked in the same workshop for 30 years, slide onto your feet with a soft, satisfying whisper of leather against skin. You stand before a full-length mirror, and you see someone who looks ready. Not just dressed, ready. Ready for a day unlike any other. Ready for whatever comes next. Ready, above all, to enjoy every single moment of this extraordinary life that is, for today at least, entirely and completely yours. You take a breath. You straighten the cuff of your sleeve. You feel the calm, quiet power of someone who has nowhere to be, except exactly where they choose. And then you walk toward the front door, and the day opens before you, like a gift. The elevator descends in perfect silence. No hum of machinery, no faint vibration of cables pulling you downward. The cabin is lined in panels of dark, brushed bronze, softly lit by a strip of warm light recessed into the ceiling, and as the numbers count down from 50 to 1, you feel less like you are falling, and more like you are standing still while the building rises gently around you. A strange, pleasant sensation. You lean your shoulder against the cool metal wall, and watch the numbers descend with the unhurried calm of someone who knows that whatever waits below will wait as long as it needs to. The doors open, and you step into a private lobby. Not the main entrance, but a smaller, more discreet space reserved for the penthouse alone. It is quiet here. The floor is dark, polished concrete, the walls lined in vertical slats of blackened oak that pattern the light and shadow as you move past them. A single security guard nods to you with a respect that is neither servile nor overly familiar. He has already opened the exterior door, and through it you can see the car. It sits at the curb like a resting animal, long and low and dark, finished in a midnight blue so rich it appears almost black until sunlight touches it, and then reveals itself in layers of blue and indigo and violet, like the surface of a deep, still lake at dusk. The car was built by hand over nearly 6 months. Every panel shaped and fitted by craftspeople who have spent their lives learning the geometry of curves. Every seam so precise you cannot feel the joins beneath your fingers. The paint alone took 3 weeks, layer upon layer, applied, cured, sanded, applied again, until the finish achieved a quality that can only be called liquid. Your driver stands by the rear door, which she opens as you approach. She does not speak, because nothing needs to be said. She knows where you are going. She has already planned the route, checked the traffic, calculated the exact time the journey will take, with a comfortable margin, so you arrive neither early nor late, but at precisely the right moment. You step into the car, and the door closes behind you with a sound that is less a click and more a whisper. The interior is extraordinary. The seats are upholstered in leather so soft it feels like aged silk beneath your palms, dyed a deep cognac, carrying a scent that is warm and rich and faintly sweet, the unmistakable smell of leather tanned slowly, using traditional methods, where time is measured in seasons rather than hours. The stitching along every seam is done by hand, each stitch perfectly spaced, perfectly tensioned, perfectly straight. The dashboard is a sweep of dark burr walnut, its grain swirling in patterns as unique as a fingerprint, inlaid with instruments that glow with a soft amber light. The car begins to move, and you barely feel it. The acceleration is so smooth, so gradual, that the shift from stillness to motion is almost imperceptible. The city slides past the windows in a gentle procession, shop fronts just opening, their owners sweeping the sidewalks, pedestrians walking with the purposeful stride of people heading somewhere important, a cyclist weaving between lanes with an ease that looks effortless. The glass mutes the sound of the city to a distant murmur, and the interior of the car fills instead with a silence that feels almost sacred. The journey carries you outward, past the commercial districts, past the parks where joggers circle the paths in the early light. The streets widen, the buildings thin out, trees appear along the roadside, tall, mature trees whose branches form a canopy overhead, filtering the sunlight into a dappled pattern that plays across the windshield, like light falling through stained glass in a cathedral. And then you arrive at the airfield, not the commercial terminal, with its crowds and queues and announcements echoing through vast fluorescent halls, but a quiet, private complex, where the only people present are here specifically for you. The car passes through a gate that opens automatically, and you are driven directly onto the apron, right up to the stairs of the aircraft. The jet is beautiful. There is no other word for it. It sits on the tarmac like a bird at rest, its fuselage gleaming white in the morning sun, its wings swept back in a posture of readiness and grace. Not the largest private aircraft in the sky, but one of the finest, a long-range jet capable of crossing oceans without stopping, built to carry you across the world in a level of comfort that commercial aviation cannot begin to approach. You climb the stairs, and with each step, you feel yourself leaving the city behind. Not just physically, although the city is indeed shrinking beneath you, but mentally too. Each step is a step further from the ordinary world, further from the rhythms of daily life, further into a space that exists entirely for your pleasure and your peace. The cabin is a masterwork of interior design. The ceiling is lined in hand-stitched leather, warm cream, and the floor is covered in a carpet so deep and soft your feet sink into it like moss in a forest. The seats, 4 of them, in pairs, facing each other across a low table of polished mahogany, are wider and more generous than any armchair you have ever sat in. Soft dove grey, each one reclining fully into a flat bed at the touch of a button, should you wish to sleep during the journey. The armrests are lined in suede that feels like the inside of a glove, and each holds a small control panel for lighting, temperature, window shading, sound, adjustable at the lightest touch of a fingertip. You choose a seat by the window and settle into it, and the aircraft begins to move. The taxiing is gentle, almost hesitant, like a large animal stretching before it runs. You feel the engines building their power, a deep, resonant hum vibrating through the fuselage like the purring of an enormous cat. And then the acceleration comes, smooth and powerful, pressing you back into the seat with a force that is thrilling rather than alarming. The tarmac blurs past the window, the nose lifts, and then, in a single glorious moment of release, the wheels leave the ground, and you are airborne. The city falls away beneath you like a map folding closed. The buildings shrink, the streets become lines. The river becomes a single thread of silver, stitched across a patchwork of grey and green. And then the clouds arrive, first as wisps, thin and translucent, racing past the window like scarves caught in the wind, and then thicker, denser, a blanket of white that closes beneath the aircraft and hides the world entirely. You are above the clouds now, and the sky above you is a blue so deep and pure it seems to stretch on forever. A flight attendant appears beside you with a tray, a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice, its colour a vivid amber, and a small plate of macarons, 3 perfect ovals in pistachio green, raspberry pink, salted caramel gold, each one baked this morning by a pâtissier who supplies only a handful of private clients. A thin, crisp shell, giving way to a soft, chewy centre, and a filling so intensely flavoured that a single bite fills your entire mouth with sweetness. You sip the juice, you eat a macaron, you look out at the impossible blue of the sky, the white carpet of clouds stretching to every horizon, and you feel a sensation that is difficult to name but easy to recognize. The feeling of being exactly where you should be, carried not just by the aircraft, but by the momentum of a life that has arranged itself around you with an effortless perfection that makes everything feel inevitable, as though every moment that led here was always leading here. The flight is smooth and long and quiet. You spend some of it reading, a novel you have been meaning to finish, its pages turning easily now beneath your fingers, the story unfolding in your mind like a second landscape, layered over the one outside the window. You spend some of it simply sitting, eyes half closed, letting your thoughts drift like the clouds below, formless, unhurried, moving in patterns with no urgency and no destination. The engines hum their steady, reassuring song, and the vibration becomes a kind of lullaby, easing away the last edge of tension in your body. At some point, time has lost its sharpness up here, its edges softened by altitude and comfort. You recline the seat fully, and it becomes a bed. A real bed, genuinely comfortable, a blanket of soft cashmere draped over you, with a care that is almost parental. You lie on your side, facing the window, and the blue of the sky fills your entire field of vision. the most peaceful blue you have ever seen. It asks nothing of you, it expects nothing. It simply is, vast and calm and infinite, and it holds your gaze the way water holds a leaf, gently, without effort, without end. You close your eyes, and you feel the aircraft moving through the sky like a boat gliding across a still lake. No turbulence, no sudden shifts, just the steady, gentle motion of flight, carrying you forward, carrying you south, toward a place where the air is warmer and the light is softer, and the sea stretches out in every direction like a floor of liquid sapphire. When you open your eyes again, the light has changed. Warmer now, deeper. The golden light of a latitude closer to the equator, where the sun hangs at a different angle and the shadows fall shorter, and the air shimmers with a heat you can almost feel through the glass. The attendant returns with a warm towel, scented with lemongrass, and you press it against your face and feel the moisture revive your skin, drawing you gently back from the soft edges of half-sleep. The captain's voice comes over the intercom, calm and measured. You are beginning the descent. Below you, the clouds are parting, and through the gaps you glimpse the first hints of the coast. A line of turquoise water meets a shore of white sand, and behind it, the land rises in gentle hills, patched with olive groves and vineyards and wild herbs whose scent, you imagine, must fill the air below with something equal parts sweet and savoury. The aircraft descends slowly, smoothly, and the world below grows larger with each passing moment. Boats trail wakes of foam behind them, like brushstrokes on a canvas. Rooftops cluster on a hillside, their terracotta tiles glowing warm in the afternoon light. A coastal road hugs the cliffs, disappearing into tunnels and emerging again into the light on the other side. The wheels touch down with the lightest of bumps, and you are here, wherever here is, and it does not matter truly, because what matters is not the name of the place, but the feeling of it. The warmth that greets you as the aircraft door opens, and the air of a new world rushes in to meet you, carrying salt and pine and sun-warmed stone. You stand at the top of the stairs and look out at a landscape painted in blue and gold and green, and you feel the warmth on your skin, and you breathe and you smile. The car waiting for you here is different from the one this morning. Open, a convertible, long and elegant, finished in pearl white, its engine purring with a low musical note as you settle into the passenger seat. The leather is warm from the sun. The wind lifts your hair as the car begins to move, and the road ahead curves along the coast like a melody that never quite resolves, always leading you forward, always promising something beautiful, just around the next bend. And so you follow it. You follow the road. You follow the light. You follow this day wherever it wants to take you, knowing that wherever you end up, it will be exactly where you were meant to be. The coastal road delivers you to a marina in a small sheltered cove, where the water is so calm and so clear that the boats moored within it seem to float not on the surface, but within the water itself, their hulls suspended above their own reflections, like objects caught between two worlds. The air here is different from the city you left this morning, lighter, softer, saturated with salt and warmth, and the faint, sweet perfume of wild jasmine growing along the stone walls that border the marina. You step out of the car, and the ground beneath your feet changes again, from the leather of the car's interior to sun-warmed wooden planks, a dock stretching out over the water like a bridge between land and sea. You walk along it slowly, letting your eyes adjust to the brightness, letting your lungs fill with this air that tastes of openness and freedom. On either side, boats sit moored in neat rows, sleek sailing yachts, their masts swaying gently, halyards clinking against aluminium poles in a soft metallic rhythm, like wind chimes made of silver. Motor cruisers sit low and heavy in the water, their brass fittings gleaming, their decks freshly polished, and the whole marina hums with the quiet, unhurried industry of a place where beautiful things are cared for, patiently by people who take pride in the caring. But you are walking past all of them, toward the far end of the dock, where something altogether different is waiting. The yacht is not the largest vessel in the marina, but it is, without question, the most beautiful. 40 meters, bow to stern, its lines so clean, so precisely drawn, that it looks less like something built and more like something grown, a natural form that emerged from the water fully realized, as inevitable as the curve of a wave. The hull is painted deep navy, so dark it is almost black, meeting the water in a razor-sharp line that slices through the reflected light like a knife through silk. A crew member extends a hand to help you aboard, though the gangway is stable and the step is small, a gesture of welcome rather than necessity. You step onto the main deck, and the surface beneath your feet is real teak, cut and laid and sanded and oiled until it is as smooth as glass and as warm as skin. You can feel the sun in the wood, hours and hours of Mediterranean light, absorbed and stored, now radiating gently upward through the soles of your shoes. The yacht begins to move. No dramatic departure, no blast of a horn. The mooring lines are released quietly, the bow thruster engages with a low hum, and the vessel simply glides forward, sliding out of the marina's embrace with the unhurried grace of a swan leaving the bank of a still pond. You settle into a chair on the upper deck, a wide, low lounger draped in thick white linen, warmed by the sun. The position is perfect, high enough to see over the railing in every direction, low enough that the wind passes over you rather than through you. The coastline begins to unfold alongside the yacht, like a painting being unrolled by invisible hands. The cliffs here are pale, honey-coloured limestone, glowing in the afternoon light as though lit from within. They rise from the water in vertical walls, etched by centuries of wind and wave into shapes that resemble ancient cathedrals, arches, columns, buttresses, formed not by human hands, but by the patient, tireless artistry of nature. At their base, the sea has hollowed out caves and grottos, their entrances curtained in trailing green vegetation, and inside, the water takes on an impossible turquoise, lit from below by sunlight bouncing off a shallow sandy floor, transforming it into something that looks like liquid light. Here and there, a small boat idles just outside one of these grottos, its occupants leaning over the side to peer into the glowing water below, and you watch them for a moment with a quiet, distant fondness, remembering faintly a time when a view like that would have seemed like the whole of the adventure. The yacht moves past these cliffs slowly, and you watch them slide by with the unhurried attention of someone visiting a gallery. The sound of water against the hull is soft and rhythmic, rising and falling with the waves, mixing with the distant cry of gulls and the faint mechanical purr of engines far below, a soundscape both alive and deeply peaceful. A steward appears beside you, moving with the practiced quiet of someone trained to be present without being noticed. He carries a tray, and on it a glass, tall and slender, glowing pale gold in the sunlight. A white wine from a vineyard just a few kilometers from here, grown in the same limestone soil that forms the cliffs before you, carrying in its flavour the essence of this place, a mineral sharpness, a hint of citrus, a long, cool finish. The glass is beaded with condensation, and as you lift it, a single drop of cold water runs down the stem and falls onto the back of your hand. Tiny, but exquisite. You sip the wine. You lean back. You feel the warmth of the sun on your face, the gentle rocking of the yacht beneath you, and you let your eyes soften, let your gaze widen, let the horizon become not a line, but a feeling, a sense of openness stretching in every direction, limitless and unbroken. Somewhere behind you, The crew moves quietly about their work, voices low, footsteps light on the teak, and the sound of it, human presence, near but unobtrusive, adds one more layer of quiet comfort to an afternoon that already feels in every possible way complete. The yacht rounds a headland, and there, tucked into a small bay, sheltered from the open sea, you see the island. Not large, perhaps a kilometre across at its widest, but lush and green, crowned with umbrella pines whose canopies spread against the sky like parasols opened at a garden party. The shore is a crescent of pale sand, so white it seems to glow, bordered by rocks worn smooth by the sea. This island belongs to you. Or rather, it belongs to the person you are today, which amounts to the same thing. It has been kept largely as nature made it. The trees have not been trimmed. The paths are packed earth and crushed shell. The wildlife moves through the undergrowth undisturbed, sharing the space with you as equals rather than intruders. The yacht anchors in the bay, and a small tender, a beautiful wooden boat with a varnished mahogany hull that catches the light like a polished jewel, carries you the short distance to shore. Your feet touch the sand, warm and fine, sifting between your toes like powdered sugar. Your shoes fell away somewhere along the journey, without decision, as though they understood they were no longer needed. You walk along the water's edge, and the sea laps at your ankles in gentle, rhythmic waves, warm, bath-temperature water, welcoming you into it rather than pushing you away. The sand darkens where the waves retreat, leaving a smooth, mirrored surface that reflects the sky and the clouds. And for a moment you are walking not just on a beach, but on the sky itself. Behind the beach, a path of crushed white shell winds upward through a grove of ancient olive trees, their trunks twisted into shapes that speak of decades of wind and sun, their silver-green leaves shimmering in the breeze, like coins turned over and over in a slow hand. The ground here is cool and dappled, the light falling through the canopy in small shifting coins of gold that move across the path as the branches sway overhead. You can hear bees working somewhere among the leaves, a low, contented hum that seems to belong entirely to this place, this hour, this particular slant of afternoon light. The oil produced from these trees is pressed on the island itself, and it tastes like green grass and pepper and sunshine distilled into liquid form. The path leads you to a terrace, shaded by a pergola draped in bougainvillea, deep magenta and soft coral pink. Beneath it, a table has been laid, white linen, a vase of wildflowers gathered from the meadow crowning the island's highest point, plates of simple, exquisite food, slices of ripe tomato dressed in nothing more than the island's own oil, and a scatter of sea salt, grilled fish, its skin crisp and golden, its flesh white and flaky, tasting of the sea it was pulled from hours ago. A basket of bread, still warm, crust crackling as you tear it apart, a bowl of small, dark olives, brined and seasoned, each one carrying a concentrated burst of salted, earthy flavour. You eat slowly, seated at this table, on this terrace, on this island that exists, for this afternoon, only for you. The breeze moves through the bougainvillea above you, releasing its faint, sweet scent. The shade dapples across the table in shifting patterns of light and shadow. Somewhere below, cicadas begin their long, droning song, rising and falling in waves that seem to pulse with the heat of the afternoon itself. A sound so constant and so ancient that it feels less like noise and more like the island's own slow heartbeat. A lizard emerges from a crack in the stone wall and sits motionless in the sun, its tiny sides pulsing with the rapid beat of its heart, black eyes watching you with a curiosity entirely without fear. After the meal, you walk higher up the slope until you reach the top of the island, and here you stop. The view is a full circle of blue, sea and sky merging at the horizon into a single seamless expanse of colour. shifting from deep sapphire at the edges to a pale, almost white blue directly above you. Sailboats move across the surface in slow diagonal lines, white sails catching the wind like the pages of a book, opened and closed by an invisible reader. You sit down on the grass, soft, dry, fragrant with thyme and wild oregano, and lean back on your hands and look at the sky. Clouds drift slowly overhead, sculpted into shapes that shift as the wind moves them. A horse becoming a mountain, becoming a wave, becoming a face that smiles once and dissolves. Far below, a small fishing boat makes its way slowly back toward the mainland, trailing a single white line across the darkening water, and you watch it with no urgency at all, the way you might watch a candle burn down, content simply to witness something unfold at its own natural pace. You watch it all with the patient attention of someone who has remembered, perhaps for the first time in a very long while, how to simply look at something beautiful without needing to do anything about it. The sun begins its long, slow descent toward the western horizon, and the light is changing. Softer now, warmer, more golden. The shadows grow longer, the colours of the landscape deepening, the greens richer, the blues darker, the whites of the sand and stone taking on a faint luminous glow, as though touched by something sacred. You close your eyes, you feel the sun on your eyelids, the warmth of the earth beneath you, the breeze on your skin carrying salt and thyme, and the faintest trace of lavender from the fields below. And you are still, perfectly, completely, beautifully still.